All right. Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday afternoon. I think in my last stream I said I was going to be working on that other illustration, my Disney Lurkana profile picture, but I got it mixed up. I meant to say I was going to be working on we're working on this again this Sunday. Working on animating it, doing a little looped animation today. So yeah, welcome Life is Funish and Sean. Yeah, so I already done like a little bit of an edit from last time, because one thing I noticed when I was finishing last time, so this is the I noticed that I forgot that like this clothesline should be in perspective from the way that it's hanging. So I just kind of did like a little adjustment, and I also adjusted this because I wanted to get like a little I wanted to get something a little closer to Darius, so that whenever I do like the looped animation, because right now there's like a lot of space around him, I want to have stuff close enough so that it can like kind of bump into him, like the pants leg can kind of like flap into his face. Oh, Life is Funish says it's currently 4 a.m. on a Monday. I am excited for this. Oh my gosh. Thanks for waking up so early. Yeah. So I did that little adjustment, and there's like, I'm gonna clean up a couple of things, and there's like a couple of details I need to I didn't quite finish, or I forgot last time before we actually start animating. But the plan, the order of operations that I'm going to be animating is like, the first thing is going to be like, I'm going to be doing this in parts because Storyboard Pro isn't really set up to do like, if there's only one timeline, which I don't think the timeline is even showing up on this, because I think I just have the window open, and so but there's, trust me when I say there's only one timeline, and you can't do like layers of so like there's only one timeline and all the panels are like this, and you can't do like the way you would in like another software where you can do like layers of like different panels. So like if you have like different layers of things going on, so I'm gonna have to like do everything in this one timeline. And so I'm going to be trying to plan, like, as economically as possible, like, which things to animate first, so it'll be easiest, like, to layer things on top of it as I go. Hello, Idle Compy. Welcome. So, the first thing, so, yeah, like, this, it wouldn't be it's not as huge of a deal for like normal storyboarding. It's more, since this is going to be like a looped animation, I think that's more where this comes in as kind of like, because for most storyboards you don't really need to be animating. At least I would say you shouldn't be animating all that much. I'm using the program for a little more than its like intended use here. But what I'm going to do first, whenever I get to animating, is the first thing I'm going to animate is actually Darius on the swinging back and forth on the hammock. And then we've got, let's see, Diadalog says hello, and Starmy says I have arrived. Hello, hello. Welcome everyone. I'm just going through the kind of order of operations we're going to do this in. So because there, as I was saying, there's only one timeline in Storyboard Pro. Hello, Fernando. Always good to have you. So I have Darius on a hammock, and then I'm also going to do some of the foliage at the same time, because that's also going, like, both those things, like, the loop isn't going to change on them at all throughout the whole thing. They're going to be going simultaneously, basically. So foreground foliage. And then the next thing is going to be the laundry. And I might add like a little bit of a reaction from, very slight reaction from Darius, like from the pants leg, like hitting him in the face, like a very, very small, like he's just kind of accepted his fate at this point kind of reaction. Fernando says, well, I love the compy you're adding. Oh yeah, I thought it might be fun to then add like a little, like a little compy running in and kind of chittering at Darius and have him not even react to it. That'll be a little more involved because that is going to be like an actual thing, and not just like a really slight gradual like looped animation. So that'll be probably the most involved thing, this whole little scene. And then actually, so the last thing I'm gonna do, well, I might do the compy and I might do this kind of simultaneously because I think I'm gonna have them kind of be the compy reacting to Kenji closing the blinds. And that I'm doing last because that's going to change the lighting, and the lighting is going to have to be animated to reflect whether or not the blinds are open. So, and then I get to go back and I get to go through the loop and do all of this with the different lighting and then have him open the blinds again. So that's going to be the plan. So this is the plan for everything. And as I was saying earlier, so this was this right here was what I did last time. I adjusted it slightly to get the laundry a little in better perspective with the clothesline, because I kind of just drew it in and I didn't realize like that I forgot that it was kind of in perspective and kind of like diagonal like this. And I also moved some of this stuff closer to Darius, so that I can have like this little nice, like have the pants leg kind of like hitting him in the face whenever the wind blows. And then so that's kind of like the rough like animation plan, and then having the windows closed and the compy running off screen when the blinds close. So that's the plan for the looped animation. There are some things that I also I need to add in this base drawing still. I realized just like looking over a couple things I forgot. And I'm also gonna like clean up the base lighting, just so it'll already be nice and easy to animate and not have to like redraw the lighting every single frame. Because in Storyboard Pro, one of the nice things in Storyboard Pro, since we aren't going to be moving these drawings like too terribly much, you can actually like move entire things like together, which is really nice for this kind of like really simple like looped animation. That is one thing about it, at least, since it's vector based. But yeah, I'm just gonna. Oh, and then in about 15 minutes, also, I'm expecting someone. I need to pick up something for someone, so I have my phone sound on. Oh no, Raptor Lady says, my phone keeps glitching. This is so not skippity. Oh no. Double check. Yeah. Okay. So, let's see. One thing I noticed that I forgot to do. Okay, not important. One thing I noticed that I forgot to do for the background is I accidentally left out Kenji's car, which should be back there. It just kind of indicated. I think I had it in, oh yeah, I had it in some version and then in the sketch, and then I didn't draw over it. So I'm just gonna kind of quickly add in his car. I might move this tree trunk a little bit to get the silhouette a little nicer. But yeah, I hope everyone's been having a good weekend. My weekend was going pretty well. And then I was going to check on my friends. I'm house sitting for a friend, and I went to go. I've been house sitting for this friend for several weeks already, and I haven't had a problem with the keys that I was given. But yesterday when I went to go over to check on the cats and like make sure they had enough water and that their automatic feeder was full, the front door key just was not working. I don't know if there's a problem with the copy of the key or what. So a different friend also has a copy, so that is what I'm going to be getting in a few minutes. They're gonna be stopping by to drop off their copy, and then I'm gonna have to go check if that key works or if it's a problem with the lock itself. I'm not sure. I wouldn't put it past my friend's cat. My friend has some really crazy cats. I wouldn't put it past that somehow one of them managed to break the lock. I don't know how, but so after this stream, that's what I get to, during the stream I have to go pick up the spare key, and then after the stream I need to go try and get into my friend's apartment to take care of the cats. Let's see. Oh, hello Mo. Hi Heidi and everyone. Dialog says, yeah, it's been chill. Just picked up my mom from the airport. She was helping my sister move up to St. Paul. Oh, nice. Dialog says, really hoping it's only a problem with the key. Yeah, I don't know. It's so strange. I like the key was working like just totally fine. Like, so I don't know like how a key just suddenly like spontaneously stops working. It's so strange because normally like if you have I've had it before where like some copies of keys, if they're like cheap copies of keys, like sometimes you have to like jiggle them a little to get them to like catch in the lock, but they'll still work. But this key's never had that problem. It's so strange. Yeah, look, these cats are so ungrateful. They don't even pay rent, and they be breaking shit. What? Here's the thing. One of her cats, like, not even joking, it can open doors like the raptors in the original Jurassic Park. Like he can just straight up open doors, if they're not locked. So I'm wondering if that cat was like messing with the front door and somehow like managed to break something on it, because it's got a really strange lock. Like, it's not like a digital lock or anything, but it's got like this weird lock where it's like one of those combination, like whenever you unlock it, it's supposed to unlock both like the main lock and the deadbolt from the outside. Anyway, I'm not a fan of this lock. Raptor Lady Lover says, I'm deep cleaning my room as I'm watching this stream. Hashtag multitasking queen. Hell yeah. Love to multitask. Compy says, and Dialog says, oh, I believe you. My dog opens doors all the time. Life is funnish. Yeah, that makes sense. Compy. Oh yeah, one of my cats can open specifically the door on the catio. And Idle Coffee says, like, defeats the purpose if you're gonna find your way outside anyway, bro. Dialog, we've had to get into the habit of locking the garage door or else we'll find our cat in there. Oh no. Luckily, my cousin and I have 2 cats, but luckily they're too stupid to open doors. Well, I don't know if stupid's the right word. More like too lazy. Well, one's too lazy and the other's too scared to open doors. Yeah, like he wants to break free. Dialog, not the cats catching strays. Oh no, Mo says, my cat has recently figured out how to open doors. So yeah, that's been fun. In our old apartment, actually, I say one of our cats is too lazy. I think the doors in this apartment are just better, because he figured out that some of the doors in our old apartment, they like wedged shut, and if he just pushed up against them hard enough, they would open. But in this apartment, they actually do close, and if they do close, he can't open them, because he can't actually work it's like just the door handle. He doesn't know how to open it or work it or anything. Luckily. Sean says, my cat jumped up on my sink when I was shaving and scared me, carved a trench through my beard, so I had to shave it off and start over. My poor naked face felt so vulnerable. Oh no! Raptor Lady Lover says, me and my sister were driving our dog around and he somehow put the car in neutral in the middle of the road. Oh dear. Mo says, sometimes he'll randomly just be in the front of the house and immediately runs back inside when he's caught. Hello, first time chat from Koi Fish. My dog once got off her leash and ran across the highway just to get pets from the houses on the other side like 5 years ago. Oh no. Life is finished. My god, these animals are escape artists. Indiana Alexis, does your dog happen to also have a blog by any chance? Not dog with a blog. Oh my gosh. Oh, the other day, yeah, like, cats can't open doors, but if you are by the door and, I would say, like, one of them, he does like to go outside every once in a while. He likes to go out on the porch, and we also have, like, a stairwell in our apartment where the front door is, and every once in a while, he'll just, like, get it into his head that he really wants to, like, run down the stairs, but then when he gets to the bottom of the stairs, he doesn't even, like, want to, like, go anywhere. He just wants to plop down and roll around on the concrete. And that's it. And, the other night, my cousin came home, and then locked up, and she was, like, going to bed, and, like, I think I was, like, about to go to bed, and I was, like, chatting to, like, a couple of friends, like, I was watching a friend stream something, and just chatting, and kind of hanging out before going to bed myself, and all of a sudden it was like 11:30 at night or something, and we started getting like this knock at the door. Like, someone was, like, furiously knocking on our door, and I was like, we're not expecting anyone. Who the hell is that? And I go look at the door, and I was like, is that one of our neighbors? But I was like, why on earth is he knocking, like, at the time of night? This is so bizarre. And, like, when I finally answered it, well, because at first I was like, well, maybe he got locked out, but then I saw his partner, like, go into, like, their apartment, and I was like, well, he's not locked out, like, what the hell's going on? So, like, I opened the door, and immediately, like, our cat Edgar just, like, runs inside our apartment. And I guess, like, whenever Kay came home, my cousin Kay came home that evening, Edgar, like, she just wasn't paying attention, and Edgar just, like, ran right by her. Oh. Let's see. Let me double check my internet connection. I got a few people who says it's glitching. Let's see. I'm gonna try... I'm gonna try switching over to my other Wi-Fi connection really quick. Hopefully it doesn't freeze too badly. Because I think I'm on my slower Wi-Fi connection for some reason. Okay, I think I'm on my faster internet connection now, hopefully. Hopefully this is working now. Oh yeah, cause like, Fernando says, lol, that Kenji in the side panel. Oh yeah. Yeah, season 1 Kenji cameo. Fernando says, oh heck, you have to use Wi-Fi. That'll cause some issues, but hopefully not too many. Yeah, I have to use Wi-Fi because, the only way we can connect, like, to our, the only way we can connect to our internet is, like, the connection is in a closet all the way in the other room. And that's the only place we can connect to our Wi-Fi, so. But anyways, I just connected to my faster, Wi-Fi, so that should be better, hopefully. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so luckily we answered the door and got Edgar back, and luckily the neighbors found him, because he cannot fend for himself. He's too fat and sheltered of a cat. Cats, what menaces they are. Raptor Lady says, love Kenji's Jimmy Neutron hair era. No, did it freeze again? Well, if it freezes, if the stream freezes at any point today, it is probably my internet provider's fault because it is very hot, and there's probably some connection issues. If the stream freezes at any point today, okay. That color does not show up at all. I think it was supposed to be slightly darker. Okay. So there's Kenji's car. I'm gonna do a little pass on the trees back here to just clean them up a little bit too. Oh, and we got an ad. All right. Yeah, if it's still freezing for anyone, yeah, refreshing it. Should fix it. So I do need to make sure to draw through all these background elements, like completing all these background elements, because when things are moving, it's going to reveal stuff that was previously covered up. So just got to make sure that there is something behind everything. Oh, let me see. Okay, no. My friend that I need to pick up the keys from should be here any minute also. So I'm probably gonna be like just kind of like keeping an ear out for my phone. Oh, we've got an ad break. I thought we just had an ad break. Oh, my friend is here. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go. Just kidding. Just kidding. My friend is going to be here in 10 minutes now. Okay, so they're not quite here yet. Fernando says, Heidi, out of curiosity, how far is the router from my computer? It's actually not that, well, okay, it's like, my room's actually closer to the closet where the router has to live in. I would say it's probably, it's still about like, probably 20 feet though, I think to that closet. There's literally no other place we can put it in the house, and we can't use a wired connection because of where the stupid cable connection is in that closet. Like that's the only place that like we can connect. But anyways. Yeah, Fernando says Wi-Fi should work fine, but if it ever really bugs out, using a wired connection we usually fix it. Yeah, we can't. It's like it's usually fine. I think it's been pretty hot, so I don't know if Spectrum's just struggling. Like there could be some kind of like electrical issues. Because it's been so hot out. But yeah, I'm gonna continue. Stop. I just now get the notification that OBS Studio is disconnecting, even though I think it did that and then reconnected several minutes ago. So who knows? But anyways, yeah, so Koifish says, I saw one at the 4th of July show in the neighborhood and another when I was biking to the beach like 2 weeks ago. A Raptor Lady Lover says, are Cybertrucks even in Canada yet? They're out there, like, it is really wild to me, like, in spite of, like, all the safety tests and things people have, like, done with them. Like, it's just one YouTube channel I watched where like they do structure tests, not structure tests. They do durability tests on like lots of different trucks. And they did a durability test like on a Cybertruck, and they also did, like, at the same time they did the same durability tests on like a Ford F-150, which is also not a very great truck. They're neither one are terribly durable. Like, yes, the Cybertruck did withstand like a mob of big buff men like beating up the glass or whatever. Oh no, did it pause again? This Wi-Fi connection, man. Hang on. Okay, I think it looks like it's back. Hopefully it stays back. But anyways, oh yeah. Yeah, like yeah, he just like hired like all his biggest, buffest friends to like beat the shit out of like the Cybertruck. And like to be fair, like yeah, like it didn't they couldn't get into the car like while they were beating up on it. But in the very same video, like he I think he like was doing like a he was doing like a test on some other part of the car, and then he discovered that like the car like itself it couldn't here we go. Thank you, Life is Funish. Oh, what is this? Oh, is this a cheer? Okay. So like he was beating something else up on the Cybertruck, like to test like durability on something else, and he discovered that like the panels, like the strips, like surrounding the doors, they were just glued on, and he could literally just grab onto it and just peel off the panels on the sides. And he also, I think some of the other major things he discovered. Spectrum. Okay. So the tow hitch on a Cybertruck, he discovered, is welded to the bumper, and the bumper is not actually like the main part of the car. And so he was, I think the F-150, he was doing like a durability test on like whether the F-150 could drive over like some really rugged terrain, and it got stuck. So so he was just like gonna use the Cybertruck to like haul the F-150 out of there or whatever. And while he was trying to haul the F-150 out of there, the tow hitch just snapped off with the bumper. So that's really dangerous. And apparently he got a message from someone afterwards where they saw this. They saw something identical happen on the highway, where like a family was towing like a really big trailer with a Cybertruck, and it just snapped off in traffic. And then I think the Cybertruck slowed down, and the trailer, like, it kept going, and it hit the Cybertruck. But JD says, I came in to hear a mog of big buff men beating up. Yeah, Koi Fish. I saw a video where they literally were able to peel off part of the Cybertruck because it was just glued on. It was, yeah, that was a clip from that video. The whole thing is really crazy. Yeah, Fernando says, I remember we had this conversation. Yeah. I'm sorry if the stream is cutting in and out. Spectrum is being really cruddy today. Okay. JD says Spectrum sucks. I'm thinking of switching to Frontier. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know as far as like options in the Valley, like what there are. You would think there would be like, I think the craziest thing, my parents live out in the middle of nowhere, and they get fiber optics where they are. And in LA, we just have like shitty Spectrum internet. Hello, Annie. JD says, I kind of respect the insane Chinese one I showed you guys with red and green Chinese patterns with phoenixes. Mo says, gotta hose down my dog right now, BRB. The heat wave is horrible. Yeah, it's like... What is the temperature right now here? I think it was like 107 the last time I looked. Or somewhere around there. That's probably why my internet's so bad today. Oh, JD says, I showed the Chaos Theory crew chat. Do I need to send it to Heidi again? You can. You can. I don't know if I can. I think my Storyboard Pro, for some reason, doesn't let me paste images in without, like, importing them. And I don't want to have to, like, open up my files. I think I have Photoshop open, though, if you wanted to send it to me. And I could, like, paste it into Photoshop. Oh, Mo says my AC broke during this week too. Oh, it's been rough. Oh, God. Ugh. Fernando says, I'm still waiting to see one covered in Dragon Ball Z characters and or waifus. Fun fact, my friend, JD says, fun fact, my friend told me that Insane Cybertruck belongs to the owner of Ingofu Malatang, a hot pot place. Ooh. Fernando says, ooh, you zoomed into the drawing area in Storyboard Pro. That's smart. Steals your technique. Don't you do that? Don't you zoom in to work? Fernando! Fernando! What do you mean you don't work without zooming in? Hello, Al. Also, I saw, I don't know if I think I tried to say something earlier, but I think the Wi-Fi was acting up, when, Life is Finished, I think did a cheer in the chat, so thank you for that. Fernanda says, no, I mean in the stream. I don't even... I think it's just... I think I just have it set to my window, to look at the specific window itself and not the full screen, Fernando. And so it actually, like, it doesn't show any of my, some of my side panels and stuff, but I did that just in case, like, I didn't want to accidentally move something over to the screen, that I didn't want people to look at, you know? Oh, Al the Parakeet says, I'm very tired from moving charcoal. JD, JD says Columbo in 2024. My Wi-Fi. That was really good. You don't even watch Columbo. Oh, that was... No one in chat's gonna get this joke. Who in chat has watched Columbo? Sound off. Life is Funnish says, IDK what I did, to be honest. I've never cheered before. JD says, you're welcome. I know all the references. That's right, you do. I'm trying to decide how storyboard I want this to look. I might do... Life is Finished says, never watched it, but I think I've seen something about it in a YouTube video before. Music's getting a bit freaky. Creepy, in the creepy way. Yeah, this is, let's see, dark ambient music mix, royalty-free meditation music. So the music I normally would listen to when I'm drawing is, I like to listen to, like, dark synthwave music if I'm listening to music that's not, like, that doesn't have, like, lyrics or isn't in a playlist or, that I've made or something. But I was like, that might be a little too intense for a stream. To put on for a drawing stream in the background. I could put some on at some point. Well, I might get copyright claimed because I don't know if some of the things that I listen to are royalty free actually, but I could. I would say this is getting closer to some of the stuff I normally listen to, though. Like, this would be what plays right before the beat drops. And we get some, and on something else I would listen to, and it would be a bunch of, like, funky 80s retro wave, dark wave beats. Oh, I have the music very low. I could raise it a little bit. Bumper Car says, hey Heidi, I finally joined. Hello. Dialogue says, I'm down for synth if you can find something that's royalty free. Yeah, like, I'll have to see. I also was like, this might be like a little too intense for like the mood of this scene. But yeah, we'll see. Let's see. All right, I have to BRB to pick up the keys. I'll be back in like less than 5 minutes though. One sec. Looks like I'm back just in time for an ad. Ooh, and then I got someone I need to ban. Be gone. What is chat doing? What has chat been doing since? What is happening here? Oh dear. JD! 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 Oh my goodness. I'm gonna skip over a lot of what happened in chat. I think. Yeah, unfortunately I joined back in at the wrong time. Okay. I got the spare keys. So the weird thing, I was looking at the keys and like the key that the other version of the key that the friend had, it looks different. Wait, why is there another ad break going on? Hang on, I'm gonna double check my ad settings. I should not have this many ads going on. Everything's not working today. Who did I wrong? Who have I been cursed by? JD says, okay, so a change of topic. We didn't have a title for Chaos Theory for the longest time, and production hosted a competition for who can come up with the best title. And there's a spreadsheet we can there was a spreadsheet where we could submit titles and your reason for it. And for every title our supervising producer Zaesung submitted, his reason was, it's ominous. JD also says, in the end, nobody won because Chaos Theory was an internal title they told us we cannot use. Oh yeah. So like, I think they were like, one of the working titles for the show is Jurassic World Chaos Theory. But I don't think we can use it because, I think they want to use it for something else. And then it was like, well, that would have been the perfect title. But we literally went through like hundreds of titles and like none of them fit very well. I think I came up with like a whole, JD and I both came up with like I think I had like hundreds of titles and like none of them like just really worked with like the themes of the show and like, Chaos Theory was really like the perfect title. I don't know how this show would have been, how we could have marketed this show if we didn't get that title, honestly. I think for a while the working title of the show was like Aftershock, which made absolutely no sense. There's no earthquakes involved anywhere. Uh, yeah. JD says, I think one I remember was Triassic Tremors. Fernando says, our title is better than the new movie title. Just saying. Mo says, they put you through all that work for nothing. No, it was not for nothing. It proved once and for all that the title that we could not use was actually the perfect title. So, I think it was all for something. Yeah, JD says, Heidi and I discussed a lot of our ideas. Yeah. JD says another one was camp in the real world. Wait. Mo says, well, Darius lives in California, so technically earthquakes, they're always a hanging threat. Actually, I wonder if I still have it. I think I can turn the volume off on my phone. No, I don't need that up. Okay. I think I still have it somewhere on my phone. Oh my gosh. Having to go back years to find this in my notes. I'm trying to think even when the last time I would have edited it would have been. First time chat from Anita Eleanor. Can't fam be quaking? Al says, like, Chaos Theory is a good title, but Chaos Theory is also the title for a game mode in Jurassic World Evolution 2. I mean, you can't really escape it being, like, because of, like, what it is and, like, its connection to the original Jurassic Park. Like, of course it's going to be used, like, a lot in other things already. Oh, my God. JD says, oh, the new Blur 6-5 was another submitted title, I think. With 5 with a question mark next to 5 and and in parentheses. Oh man, I don't remember where I put that list. JD, what year would that have been? I can't remember anymore. It's been too long. I also don't remember if I titled this or I left it untitled. So I don't even know if I could search for it. Let's see. Lots of old grocery lists. Bumper Car says, ugh, Heidi, I love your art so much. Thank you. Oh, okay, while I'm looking through this, I'm gonna turn off Lightbox so it looks a little better. JD says, I found my list from August 2022. Okay, that's when it was. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was that far back or not. I couldn't remember. Oh no, I found it. Oh god, I found mine. This is so... Okay, yeah, it's so long. I think I made a list of titles, and then I also made a list of words that could be used in a title, but I wasn't sure how they fit together. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to screenshot this and send it to myself, because there's too many to read out loud. Well, actually, I don't know if I can do that, because I'm trying to think. Did I put any spoilers in this? Well, being silly on any of these. Okay, I'm just gonna read out a few of these that there's a whole list of them that have Cretaceous in the title. Because I think there was some people who were trying to work in Cretaceous. Yeah. JD says some of mine were survival instinct, extinction event, Cretaceous breach, entropy level, mystery of the Mesozoic. I think, yeah, some of mine include Call of the Cretaceous, Cretaceous Country, The Cretaceous Conspiracy, Survival Limit, Lost Cretaceous, Unnatural Selection, Cretaceous Quest, Road to Cretaceous. A lot of them that have just like Cretaceous in the title. Phantom Pains, Search for Survival, Survival Theory. Oh my god. Dark Age? I forgot about that one. So stupid. Oh my gosh. Code Cretaceous. The Cretaceous Cover-Up. Some of these sound like, they do sound like YA, like, novel titles. Yeah. Coexistence, Lost Echoes, Dark Dilemma. Isn't that the title? That sounds like a title for a Lemony Snicket novel. Yeah, there's so many. Yeah, JD says they were going to give us a T-Rex suit if someone won. I think they were going to give us money, weren't they? Or something. And we would have had bragging rights that we got to name the show. But we didn't get to name the show. Yeah, Chaos Theory was the best title. Bumper Car says, these are giving early 2000s movies. Some of these sound like Wattpad fics. No, literally, like, there were no good titles. And, like, those are just the ones that, like, those are just from my own list. Like, there were, like, hundreds of titles, that I think people came up with. And just none of them were good. Let's see. Actually, okay. I think that dark ambient music, ended. Let me look for... royalty-free dark synthwave. I'm not sure what we're gonna get for this. I'm not sure if any of these are royalty free, because I think a lot of the dark synthwave mixes we've got a atmospheric chill synthwave playlist, not dark synthwave. Yeah, let me try retrowave. I think it's gonna... Yeah. It's not... I'm not quite finding anything that I know... Like, it's like kind of... Some of these are like tangential to what I normally listen to, but it's not quite the same thing. But let's do this one. Not too bad. Okay, and here's the link. Oh yeah, JD says, one of the titles I had was also Reawakening, which was dangerously close to Rebirth, so Fernando, you can make fun of me. Life is finished. I want to go to the alternate universe where one of the other titles got picked to see how this would have gone down. It just wouldn't have been as cool. Like, no, I don't think it would have been as easy to market, honestly. JD says, I remember one on the short list that made me really mad because it reminded me of Chaos Walking, the terrible Tom Holland film, but it can't be called Chaos Walking, so I don't remember what it was. Bumper Car says, I open that for 1 second and I get hit with the most Men in Black sound. It should be... JD says this background music sounds like someone is playing Stranger Things theme upside down. It's a good style of music. I kind of prefer, the kind of music I listen to goes a little farther, though. Like, Stranger Things does have really good music. There's one artist I really like. I always forget the last part of his name. I listen to this one artist a lot called Carpenter Brute whenever I'm really like really trying to get into headspace of like, I gotta finish this fast mode. And then there's this one series of videos on YouTube I like to listen to in the background, that's like just like dark synthwave playlists that and some of them are edited to like horror films and they're really fun. I like those a lot. Like, they have footage from horror films playing with the music from 80s horror films. Sean says, oh, I caught up with your appearance on the Cretaceous Campcast today. Really fun episode. I always kind of wish it was one of the official channels to hype up the show, official in quotes, especially in place of one of the more spoilery ones. Yeah, it was really nice doing an interview with Cretaceous Dave. He was very sweet. I hope his channel continues to grow. And he was very nice about being respectful about like not asking for spoilers and all that for the next season. Dialog says the first two songs that came up for him are Turbo Killer and Roller Mobster. Yeah, I can get down with this. Yeah. I'm gonna just try. Okay, I think this part a little bit lower. I'm gonna just try and loosely indicate the road. Back here. pretty low to the ground, so not like a whole lot of the road will be showing. It'll be just like a couple of thin lines. And it's also like a really, just a little dirt road. I think it's kind of a little paved. Oh, I watched that show that someone recommended last stream where that show where that woman gets married and it turns out that she was her husband can turn into a horse. I really enjoyed it. It was very fun. I highly recommend it for just a very silly fun time. Mo says, is Laura Dern asleep right now? Yeah, she's asleep. Glad your Wi-Fi got back, Al. And Horseman, yes. So I can confirm the show is insane, but in a fun way. Yeah, I don't, like, the trailer that I saw, like, on mute, because I didn't even unmute it, because I was like, this just looks like another period romance. I didn't check it out further on Amazon Prime, at least. It was like, it was very much like, oh yeah, like, it just made it seem like, oh yeah, like this is an AU where this historical figure, from British history doesn't, die, she doesn't get beheaded, these are her adventures, haha. Cause I think, historically, cause it's like, Lady Jane, like she's like queen for like 9 days and then she gets beheaded or something. And in the show, like the very first 5 minutes, it's like, this is an AU where she doesn't die. This is gonna be an alternate universe where, like, what if she didn't get beheaded? And it's like, okay, sure. And then 15 minutes into the show, she's like, oh, I'm getting arranged married to this guy I don't want to get arranged married to. I'm gonna run away. And then she takes her maid with her to run away. And then they get caught up with, and then all of a sudden her maid's like, I am so sorry, I can't do this. And she turns into a hawk and flies away. And then the narrator's like, oh, and by the way, this is also an alternate universe where some people can turn into animals and they're persecuted for it. Haha. And it just keeps getting crazier from there. And it's like, okay, this should have been one of the first things that it shouldn't have kept this a secret, like, or at least it should have showed it earlier in the marketing or in the trailer or something. I don't know if it, because that really was pretty, like, that was what most of the show was about, really, was like the kind of the fantasy politics of it. Dialog says, if you didn't tell me this was a show, I would have thought you were retelling the story of some Greek parable. It was, yeah, but like, anyways, so, it was, the way, like, some people, like, it was like, oh yeah, some people, they can turn into animals, like, they get this ability whenever they hit puberty, and they can only turn into one animal, and some people have trouble controlling it, and, like, she gets married, she gets arranged married to this guy, and he's like an allegedly rich guy, and like, I think that clip that's been circulating around, there's like, the clip that's been circulating around is like right when she finds out that that he turns into a horse and he can't control it. It's like she wakes up in the morning, like after they're married, and finds out that like he left to go down to sleep in the stables, and so she just like barges down there, and she's like, and finds him like butt naked, and he's like, you need to leave, and she's like, oh, do I? And then he's like, no, really, you need to leave right now, and then he just like turns into a horse. It was so funny. It's so stupid. It's so funny. I think it's based off of a book. JD says, imagine someone actually did want to watch knockoff Bridgerton though, and then everyone just starts turning into animals. I would say, I don't even think Bridgerton is the right way to describe it, honestly. It felt closer to, has anyone seen that other, there's a different show called The Great, which is kind of like it's kind of about Catherine the Great, but it takes a lot of creative liberties with the historical accuracy of it all. It feels more like that, honestly, but people can also turn into animals. Like tonally, it feels closer to The Great than Bridgerton, really. Bridgerton is probably not even the best way to describe it. Because I don't think the audience, I don't know if it, like, people who like Bridgerton, I don't know if they would necessarily like this show exactly. Okay, I think I'm gonna push these back a little bit. Gosh, there was just so many, like, so many screen capable moments from My Lady Jane. It's called My Lady Jane, by the way, the show where she's got like a horse husband. There were so many really like screen capable moments, I feel like, from that whole show. I think like the first let's see. Oh, I forgot about that picture of the Cybertruck you sent me, JD. I totally forgot to put that in chat. I'll do that in a second. Oh yeah, yeah, there's a part, like, right after she finds out that, like, her husband turns into a horse, she's just like angrily walking through the halls, and the narrator, I really like the narrator in the show too. The narrator's just doing a voiceover and saying, oh, dang it, we have an incoming ad breaks. Okay. The narrator is just like, a horse for a husband. A fucking horse for a husband. And a lying horse husband at that. And she's just staring angrily at this tapestry of someone riding a horse. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but please watch it. It's fun. Dialogue. My favorite part was when he said, "It's horsing time," and then he turned into a horse. Life is Funnish. Okay, but what if this was an AU with the N6? What animals do you think they would be? Well, they'd be dinosaurs, right? I guess if you wanted to do one where they... no dinosaur AU. Oh, I think we're gonna get ads in a bit also. But no dinosaur AU. What animals would they be? Oh, yeah. Cheetah Yaz, Golden Retriever Sammy. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Ben is a bear, says Mo. JD says, wait, one day we had breakfast with our supervising producer and I forgot what happened, but he started assigning our entire storyboard crew as animals. And then we asked him what the N6 would be. And then JD said, I forgot most of his assignments, but I just remember that he said Sammy is a dog, but a not very cool one. Oh no. Okay, we've got ads. Okay, I'm just gonna work on drawing in silence for a bit while we've got ads. I guess we got a little funky music this time, so it's not total silence. Just the foliage a bit for the logo. Okay, I think the ad is over. Dialogue says, also partial to Lion Ben, Hair Darius, and Domestic Cat Brooklyn. Not sure about Kenji though, I haven't given much thought. I feel like Mountain Goat or something. Fernando says, Bridgerton Animorphs, sold. Bumper car, I joke that Kenji was a leopard seal. Mo says, y'all are missing out on Sammy being a cattle dog. Yeah, I can see her doing that. Mo says, I zoned out for 2 seconds and was brought back by epic synth music. Life is fun. I want to get out of bed and draw, but I know for a fact that my family's up. Saw that if I got out of bed at 5:30 a.m. they would think I've been replaced. The music is a little... I'll turn it down just a tiny bit. JD says, I gotta go, so I'll leave you at that. Oh, I think we once assigned them dog sonas and agreed Kenji as a Pomeranian. Thanks, JD. Catch for Samity. Hello, everyone. What's poppin'? Hello, welcome. I'm just working on getting like a couple of details down because I don't want to have to like copy and paste and redraw everything if I decide to change anything later after I start animating, because like I said, the layers in Storyboard Pro, everything has to be everything basically has to be on one timeline, on one video timeline. So it's a little difficult to layer looped animation if you think you're going to change a lot of stuff. It's easier if you have like exactly everything like the base already like finished like up front. So I'm just adding like a little grass detail because there's like a little grass here. I might do that for this too, instead of like a straight line. Mo says, I always saw Kenji as a Parasaurolophus. I think I mentioned this once. I did, with someone else on Camp Cretaceous, come up with an AU where all the campers were like an Animorphs crossover AU. I need to find what I did with all my notes for that, because I think I wrote my thoughts for how that would play out somewhere, but I don't remember where. I'd have to find it again. So I think I assigned everyone dinosaurs, like that would be like their main battle morphs. And I had like some crazy like I was like, oh, this is how it would all tie together, like how it would tie together the plots of Camp Cretaceous and Animorphs. And I was like, well, Daniel, he's got to be working with the Yeerks. He's got to be the one who's been infested by a Yeerk. And then have like the big reveal. That'd be like a big reveal. And then have it. I also think I came up with some like explanation that like the reason why dinosaurs were better for them to turn into is because like Yeerks, like however they were genetically engineered, they were harder for the Yeerks to take over or something. And that's also why the Yeerks were trying to get control of Jurassic World, and they were the reason why the park fell. Just a bunch of insane stuff. Trying to decide. I want to still kind of try and indicate the perspective a little bit, but I don't know if I want like these stark perspective lines. I'm wondering, I'm playing around with maybe doing something with the grass to indicate the perspective instead. Like really kind of loosely. That might work, something like that. Just really, it's going to be really subtle. Life is Funnish says, highlighting this to say to everyone, remember to drink water and eat if you need to. It's a good reminder. So a couple other details I need to add on Kenji's trailer really quick. I'm gonna get into the actual animating part. Mosa is gonna go eat. I'll be back in 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah, enjoy your food. So one thing I almost forgot was the did OBS Studio freeze again? Oh, internet connection. Really not doing well today. Yeah, this does. Dialog says, oh my god, wait, did anyone else get crazy frog vibes from the track too? Or is that just me? Yeah, it does feel a little like knockoff crazy frog sounding. I'm asking about the trailer release schedule. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything. They don't tell us anything. We don't work there anymore. It'll come out whenever it comes out. Conditioning unit. So I'm going to just adjust this slightly. That's a little better for that. Last thing I'm going to do before I get to animating stuff is I'm going to just, now that I've done a cleaner background, I'm going to adjust the foreground a little bit more, and then, oh, I was also going to do a lighting pass to get the lighting a little cleaner. Axel, Sean says Axel E. For real. Just said what I was doing and then the stripe on this trailer is just like a little darker. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy to paste, and then I'm just gonna erase the top of this. Actually, I might, the tires are darker too, so I might actually do that. Perfect. Let's see. Something in between this. 25. There we go. Okay, so foreground foliage. Okay, I think that's the old one without the light. I'm gonna delete this blurred one and turn this back on and clean this up for a little bit. Okay, yeah, so there's a bit of a tangent. There's a bit of a tangent here. I'm gonna just pull this down a bit. Also maybe pull this down a bit too. Life is Funish hits the gritty to the synth music. Anyway, Lemma, why did chat die when I said that? This is embarrassing. Oh no. Dialogue, I'm so sorry. I don't know what the gritty looks like. I don't know how to react. Yeah, like I said, this isn't quite the kind of synth music I normally listen to, I will say. It's similar, but it's a little sideways from it. Oh, dabbing. Spectrum is just Spectrum. this is a bit of a tangent here, so I'm gonna move that. And this is also creating a tangent here. And once again, this is more cleanup than I would ever normally do on a board. This is for the purpose of making like a nice animated illustration for the internet. Meant to be seen publicly, not meant for production. Welcome back, Mo. Okay, reconnected. Okay, okay. As I was saying, I'm gonna I'm actually not gonna export it from Storyboard. I'm gonna export the individual frames from Storyboard Pro when I'm done. And then I'm gonna turn it into a GIF, and I can also turn it into like a video file from Photoshop. And I think this, how many frames was this? I think it was, yeah, okay, this was a 6-frame loop. This Darius one, and each frame I think I held for this was at 4 frames per second, I believe, so each frame is being held for 4 frames per second, and so it's like a really like limited like kind of animation style is what we're gonna be doing, where everything in the background, it doesn't even move. I just did like a little loop on the trees in the foreground, and on this one I just did like Darius's hair and his collar. But yeah, so it's gonna be, this one is actually gonna be a little more complicated. There's gonna be a little more like moving parts, like I explained earlier, where it's gonna be like the hammock with Darius in it is gonna be swinging back and forth. The clothes on the clothesline are also going to be swinging back and forth, and this is going to be hitting him kind of in the side. These, I'm also going to do like the foreground, like foliage kind of moving in the breeze again too. And then also going to add the compy, and like the lighting is going to change whenever Kenji opens and closes the blinds. And I'm gonna have to animate it in this order in order to get it to work. It's gonna be a much longer loop than the previous one with more moving parts, so. And also looks like we have an ad break starting soon. And also I'm gonna say if at any time, yeah, the stream like freezes, just keep refreshing it. My internet has been spotty today, probably because of how hot it is. It's probably straining. The power supply is probably being strained by everyone trying to cool off. And also just like general connections and wiring and stuff. The heat is probably not the best for it. Mo says you should make Kenji's briefs flow in the wind. Oh, all that laundry is going to be flowing in the wind, of course. Dialog also sighs that Darius' loop never fails to inflict psychic damage on me. And we've got ad break. And I do have snacks off to the side that I have forgotten about. has a bit of a tangent going on here with this car in a couple of places. I'm gonna mess with this a little bit. Okay, I think ads are finished. Yeah, Diodolux said also sighs that Dairy Sleep never fails to inflict psychic damage on me. Yeah. It already had a somber vibe before the trailer came out, but learning the context was... Yeah, he does need a hug. I mean, he gets a... I think they hug at the end, right? He finally does get some hugs. At the end of season 1. Hashtag hugs for Darius, yeah. I like that older bush shape more when it pans out like this. I might go back to the old one. I still have it somewhere over here. I might just try and readjust it. Oh, come on. Okay, I might try and lower it a little more this direction. Oh. You're right. Sorry, I still had it on Photoshop. Yeah, thank you, Dialog, for reminding me to switch back over. It should be on Storyboard Pro now. Life is Funnish. He literally hugs Ben first, episode 2. Granted, he was the one who gave the hug, and Ben's being weird, so it was like, no, that's a good hug. That was a good hug. And Sammy gives them both hugs. This track's not bad. gonna eventually figure out the shape of this. I'm just kind of fighting with, I don't want it to get too tangenty with this car, but I also don't want to like lose the shape too much of the bush. But I think some of the shape is being lost a little bit. Let's try that. I think I might just redo this from scratch. This fill. Because I'm going to need to adjust the edge anyway. Gonna clean up these corners, and I'm gonna do the lighting pass for the base lighting. I'm just making the lighting clean because I think I did the lighting really quickly at the end of the last session, and it's a little rough in some places. So I was just like really quickly indicating my plan for the lighting, I think. And I need to change it anyways because this is more in perspective than I realized it would be. But it's gonna all come together, I promise. Also, one of the things I'm also going to have to do is I'm going to have to do kind of a blending this rope in the final pass. When I do the pass where I add the blur, I'm going to have it kind of blurred right here and then fade into not being blurred. So that'll be fun to mess with. Let's see. Oh, dialogue. Okay, have to bounce now. What's your schedule for the week looking like, Heidi? I'm gonna stream next time on this Wednesday at 1 p.m. Pacific. Life is funnish. I've got too much school and work and too many art WebPs to finish before I could start that. Oh, start. Oh, another edit. Thanks for coming by, Dialogue. But yeah, next stream Wednesday. Dialogue says, bet, looking forward to it. Yeah. Back into playing a little Civilization 6. I'm probably gonna have to quit again soon though, because it's so much of a time sink whenever I get back into it, and I'll probably have to quit until Civ 7 comes out. But yeah, I think I ran into some glitches with like some of the updates on it, where like at the serious gamer I am, I play Civ 6 on my Nintendo Switch, and it is not the best hardware-wise for playing Civ 6. So I've had in the past, like when I used to play, like it would crash every once in a while, but you could just reload and it would be fine usually, and you just had to like remember to like clear your cache and delete some of your older save files. But I ran into an issue while trying to play I ran into an issue where it basically started I had to delete entire game files like permanently because I couldn't go any farther in them because it would just kept crashing in the same space, in the same place in the gameplay. And I guess it was maybe the game mode I was playing in, because I think what was happening for a while, I think what was happening was it was because I was playing in the mode where like barbarian clans like become city states, and I like to play on like a little bit of a larger map, and I think what was happening was it was just loading. Like at a certain point in the game, like too many of them would become city-states, and it couldn't handle the number of players it had to do turns for anymore. I think what was happening. So I'm kind of sad I can't play with that mode on my Switch that I have discovered, because it is a fun mode to play in, but. Life is funnish. Oh dang, that sucks. Yeah. Hopefully I hope that like when they make the next one they can optimize it well for the Switch, because I think it's gonna release like on all platforms simultaneously, which is kind of wild. But yeah, I hope they can optimize it well to run. And I'd also hope that like they make the Switch 2 like does eventually come out, that it could run things like that a little better. You know, just a little bit. That would be nice. I don't play like a whole lot of like really crazy like hardware heavy games on the Switch, but I feel like the Switch does have problems even running like some things that are made specifically for it sometimes, you know? Like there's definitely some Pokemon games I've picked up that have struggled in recent years with rendering everything. And you just kind of, I think you just kind of get used to it, but Life is Funnish. Hopefully that would be the smart move if it's getting released on platforms like that. Yeah. I think it's impressive what the Switch can do in spite of its hardware limitations. Mo says, yeah, my Switch has been neglected since I got a better console just because of the hardware limitations. Technically, I could play Civ on this computer that I'm working on, because this is a pretty good computer. It would probably run much better, but those games, they just last way too long, and I don't want to sit at my computer that long. While I'm supposed to be having fun and not working. Alright. That video ended. What have we got? This one has a cool car on the front in the rain, so let's try that. Mo says, Pokemon Violet, loved that game, but it was a graphical mess. Yeah, I really loved playing Scarlet and like Legends Arceus. Like, that style of gameplay was pretty fun. But yeah, oh man. They really, I think some of it does come down to like optimization. Like, if you optimize something well enough, the hardware like doesn't matter, but like those, oh gosh, they just were not optimized the best. Life is Funnish. I still cannot believe they released Doom on the Switch. Yeah. Yeah, I've also been watching videos of people, I think they let a few people play, like, playtest Civ 7, and people who are way more into Civ than I am, like, at that. So it's been interesting seeing, like, everyone's opinions and things. Apparently, the one thing I did see from, like, some of the early footage they released that I am kind of like, oh, I don't know. I always really liked how they stylized, like they did like kind of a cartoony stylized look for all the leaders in Civ 6. Like cartoony, like 3D stylization. And it looked pretty nice. Like I really liked all their designs. They went for more of a realism route for Civ 7, it looks like, and it just doesn't look as good. I think a lot of people, there was one reviewer who was like, it's so uncanny valley, and I think that is a pretty good way of describing it. I don't know if they'd fix it, if there's time to fix it, like, or change it, because like that kind of thing, oh, there's so much that goes into that. That aspect was a little disappointing. Them not having as good of character designs. Because they did it in that cartoony style for Civ 6, it really like they were able to exaggerate a lot of like exaggerated a lot of things, and they just made them like really really fun, I guess. It made all the leaders look fun, and they all had really distinct personalities that were like apparent like from their designs. Just like from an animation, like character design perspective, it was definitely better. But alas. Mo says, the story for Pokemon Violet and Scarlet was so good too. It had me invested in a main Pokemon cast, which hasn't happened in a while. Yeah. Yeah, like, it was a very fun game. There were a lot of Pokemon designs I really liked. The story was fun, and like the way it was organized too. Like you didn't have to do everything in like a set order. There was a lot of good stuff about those games. It's a shame that they got released as early as they did. It seems like in their production. I think a lot of the issues with them could have been mitigated if they'd had a little more time, you know. Life is funnish. I wish companies would understand that not everything has to be more realistic. Yeah. Well, because I think they have like different like I think the Civ 6 games like they have a different team of developers doing each one or something, right? So I could see if it's just like whoever was art directing on the team just had like a different style preference or something. But yeah, it is a little disappointing. Mo says, oh, I get the uncanny thing when the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer came out and looked more realistic. I was so turned off from it. Yeah. The Minecraft movie. I haven't actually seen that trailer. I'm not huge into Minecraft. I think I did see a couple screen caps from it finally. That one was also pretty. Well. Yeah, I don't play Minecraft myself, and I'm more I don't play Minecraft myself. I sometimes will watch other people play. For like an ASMR video or something, like some kind of video that's meant to be chill. If it's someone that I just like watching for the sake of watching them. But yeah, I didn't quite get into Minecraft. I think it's actually the style. I know a lot of people love the style and its simplicity, but it's just not quite for me, I guess. Looney Rooney says, I'm so scared for that movie. Life is Funnish. It's not gonna be good. Mo says, consider yourself lucky, Heidi. Looney Rooney, real. It broke people's hearts. Oh, no. Got an ad break starting in about 50 seconds. Life is Funnish. The I Am Steve memes are low-key hilarious though. Like, I'm not gonna lie, at least we're turning this into something fun. Mo says, no, I get you. I'm not a big Minecraft fan either. Yeah, like, things I get people being fans of, but I didn't get, like, crazy into myself include Minecraft and Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, I've watched things and related to those things, but I'm not, like, hugely into either personally. But I get people who are. Looney Mooney, guys, it can't be worse than the Troll Hunters movie. Hey, the Troll Hunters movie at least looked beautiful. Like, if you just isolate the fight scenes, and there were some gorgeous visuals in that movie. Okay. So, the next thing I'm gonna clean up is probably the laundry layer, and then I'll do Darius. To get this a little better. And I'm not gonna start totally from scratch on it, I don't think. Oh, and we've got an ad. I'm gonna bring up my laundry reference again. Oh, I think Kenji didn't even use clothespins. I'm adding clothespins. Maybe he grabbed some between when his shirt and pants were hanging up. Is over. Life is Funish. Troll Hunters movie broke my heart so bad, not because it was sad, but because it was such a mess. Life is Funish. I just play The Sims 4 with my mods folder that takes up half my drive. Catcher Sanity, me with Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley's fun. I was a huge fan of, it's so funny to me, like, that Stardew Valley, like, took off the way it did, because, and that, like, people were, it's more famous than, like, the game that it was, based off of, because it, I was, like, as a kid, I was always a huge, like, Harvest Moon fan, and Harvest Moon doesn't even own the rights to their name anymore for their games. They have to call them, like, what do they call them now? I don't remember. It's not as iconic as Harvest Moon. There was some whole thing with their rights and everything. What is Harvest Moon called now? Hang on, this is gonna bother me. I gotta look it up. Oh, it's Story of Seasons. They call it Story of Seasons now, which is such a mouthful. In English, at least. And anyways, I always really loved Harvest Moon when I was a kid. Reconnected. Okay. But yeah, Stardew Valley is, I mean, Harvest Moon in Stardew Valley. I totally get why someone was like, oh, I wish they were still making them in the pixel style, but with better features and quality of life changes. So I'm glad it was able to like fill the niche that the Story of Seasons games are honestly kind of missing. I've played a few of the newer ones and they just don't quite feel the same as they did before. The style is a little bit, like the art style is a little bit like connected to that. But yeah, like some of the quality of life things, they just aren't quite as good as Stardew Valley. So Mo says, yeah, I don't think Kenji ever used clothes. Before I was cut off, I'm assuming I was cut off by my horrible internet connection today. I was trying to say clothespins. Because it looks like in the reference that he was not using clothespins, he just had things draped over the wire. But I'm adding clothespins. Just like I am adding functional blinds to his trailer. Mo says that's villainous behavior. Life is Funnish. Yeah, I'm so glad I have a good PC because I was playing it on a laptop, it would not survive. Oh my gosh. I feel like I keep saying like every stream, I'm so excited for Halloween. I'm so excited for spooky months. and autumn and fall. But I am. Life is Funnish. Darius's face just peeking out there. Yeah. Mo says, same. Are you gonna dress up for Halloween? Yeah, I usually do. I usually, well, in the past when I was still at DreamWorks, I used to, like, go crazy and, spend, like, a month sewing, like, a costume. for like the costume. They had like a costume walk that they do at DreamWorks every year. Not doing that this year for obvious reasons. But yeah, my cousin and I, we usually still have a Halloween party, and so I'll be dressing up for that at least. I'm not sure what I'm gonna dress up. This might be a year where I just reuse a costume. I have lots of previous costumes. But part of me, I don't think I'm gonna have time to do it. Part of me really would love, if this was a year where I was still at DreamWorks, I probably would have dropped everything for the next like month and a half and just been sewing like sewing a Marseille costume from Dungeon Meshi, because I already have a wig and elf ears and from a Gelfling costume that I did from the Dark Crystal that would work really well. But I don't know. I don't know this year. Maybe I'll just, I wore my, I don't know about wearing like the same costume I did last year, because part of me is like, oh, I could just like do a couple of edits to it and finish it, but then it'll be like, oh, you wore that last year, and then, yeah, I don't know. Mo says, if only California could make it feel like fall. Life is finished. I think I'm gonna do closet cosplay of Ben. Ooh. Looney Mooney. I would be Brooklyn if it wasn't tradition for me and my friends to be the Sanderson sisters. Oh, that's a really good one. Life is finished says, oh, that sounds so cool, Heidi. OMG. Yeah. Last year I did, yeah, Marcia would be so much fun to do. I don't know if I have time to do her though, because I'd want to sew a lot of stuff and make the staff and everything myself. And like theoretically, she wouldn't even be that difficult. She wouldn't be as difficult as some of the previous ones I've done where I've had to practically draft whole costumes totally from scratch, and like have like all sorts of weird, really weird, because like last year I was Zelda from Tears of the Kingdom. I did her dress. I sewed her dress and did like all the jewelry and stuff. That one was very involved. Marcia wouldn't be as bad, honestly, but I think probably the thing that would take the longest on her is if I sewed everything from scratch. It would be the sleeves. Sleeves always take a while. Getting the sleeves right on her dress, and her staff. Those would probably be the biggest time sinks. And then the thing is also, like, I keep going back and forth on it because I'm like, oh, you already have some material that is the right color, and you probably have enough of it. Like, little devil on my shoulder. But, I just don't think I'm gonna have time to do it, because I'm supposed to get, like, some freelance stuff that's probably gonna take up a big chunk of, my time soon. And OBS Studio. I swear. Mo says, my friend sewed her pants by hand and it took him a while. Yeah, pants are always hard to sew from scratch. I sewed pants and a vest from scratch when I did a Steed Bonnet costume from Our Flag Means Death a couple years ago. The pants took a while, for sure. Minnie Mooney says, OMG, dress up as Laura Dern the lizard. Oh gosh. That would be very involved. Life is Funnish says, I want to get back into sewing and making costumes. I've sewed Eliza's dress from Hamilton. I made a Scarlet Witch costume out of a floor foam mat once too, which was fun. Life just gets so busy. Yeah. Idle Compy. I've been getting into sewing and it's so much more difficult than I thought. Yeah, it's very time consuming. It's very fun, but time consuming. To get everything right. The sleeves will get you. Making all the measurements perfect will get you. Looney Mooney says, honestly, so real. If I've been pending to embroider my I'm not sure what this typo was for. It sounds like you've been embroidering your Converse for like 2 weeks now. Life is Fun. It's so much fun, but so tedious. It's a really great activity, like cool down activity. Like if you just want to like put on a show or big horror movie marathon in the background and just get into the zone. I have lots of good memories of doing just that. I also would basically have to make like a bar schedule, like planning out like, okay, I have to get like all of this done by this date in order to have this ready by Halloween. And then like these are the things this is my plan for what to do alternately if I can't meet this deadline in time. Like as far as like costume like fixes and things, which inevitably I always wound up having to do, like cheats and things to hold costumes together. This is freezing again. I swear. Life is Funish. I snapped the needle in the sewing machine once. That was scary. Oh no! Oh, Looney Mooney, you're pending to do it? I see. Mo, a sewing stream would go crazy. Oh gosh, I would not. I don't sew in my room. I usually set up all my sewing stuff in the living room. My computer's not. It's like stationary. I don't know how I would set up a sewing stream without rearranging the entire house. It would also be the longest bunch of nothing you've ever seen. Just me like measuring and remeasuring things for hours before actually doing anything. And it would be loud. Like whenever I'd actually be sewing, it would be loud. We're just doing the lighting pass on the laundry now. And a lighting pass / cleanup pass on the lines. And the color. Well, not the colors, but the fill. Basically. So that it'll be much easier to reuse some of this for the animation pass. Life is Funnish. So loud. Yeah. Out how I'm gonna organize some of these layers in a bit, because there's a few funky things going on. Starmy says, I'm back, I got food. Hello, welcome back. That just reminded me, I technically have food over on the side. Mo says, already everyone, I gotta head out for today. Hope I can catch next time stream. Are you planning on posting this once it's complete, Heidi? Yes. Yes, I am. Bye. Liking this playlist a little better than the previous one. Life is Finished. It's finally 7 a.m. I can leave my bedroom and draw. Go, be free. Well, 4 minutes to 7, but still. Looney Mooney says, Darius looks so done, help. Idle Compy, seeing all the time zones in here is so much fun. Idle Compy says it's 6 p.m. here. Looney Mooney says it's almost 7 p.m. for me. It is almost 4 p.m. here. West Coast, baby. Being on the West, on Pacific time is a little strange sometimes for me because I grew up on Central time. So I remember always being like, oh, I'm just in the middle between all the United States time zones. But no longer. Sean says midnight for me. Stormy says IB and EST. I always remember whenever they did like television advertisements letting you know what was coming up next, having to ask my parents, like, because the television advertisements in Central Time are always like 7 Central or whatever, and I remember having to ask like what why it was having to clarify like these two different times, like which one was our time. It was very funny that they were just like, we're not even gonna record two different broadcast like time zones. You're gonna get two at once. Life is fun. To be frank, I do not think most people are as insane as me and would get up at 3 a.m. like I did for this. Oh my gosh. That's still in front of this tree in the foreground, but also okay. Actually, I think I can just move this because it's not terribly important. I'm trying to do some layer management here. I think I'm gonna have to copy this and then Yeah. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Alright, yeah, that'll work. I needed to separate it out anyways, because this is gonna have to be blurred in the foreground eventually anyways. Oh, and we've got an ad break. Alright. Seconds left. And I think we're back from ads. But yeah, I'm glad the time slot kind of works out. Like, my intention was to kind of make it so that folks, it would be long enough for folks to kind of be able to tune in from different time zones, hopefully, and catch some of it at least. But it is always difficult to plan around time zones like this. I'm not a huge fan of like trying to do streams in the morning, because I want to do other stuff in the morning. So probably all my streams will either be in the afternoon or evening my time. Life is Fun. When the Chaos Theory Comic-Con panel happened, I stayed up till 6 a.m. to catch it, but I fell asleep like 15 minutes before 6 and missed it anyway. No. Yeah, the panel was a bit of a surprise because they weren't sure, I think, if they're gonna be able to do it. It was kind of a last minute thing from what I heard. I'm glad they were able to work it out. But yeah. I'm glad they did it too. Okay, cleaning up the lighting on Darius. I'm just gonna sync things up. I don't think there's gonna be a ton that needs doing organic. Probably gonna keep it with these nice thick lines like this. Yeah. That should be good. Life is finished. So excited for season 2. Don't think I've been this excited over a show release for a while. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad people are still excited for it. I think a lot of the crew is also pretty excited for it. Life is finished. Darius, buddy, turn that frown upside down. Joking. Aw, Looney Mooney says, I literally learned how to draw humans to draw for this. Like this show, Heidi and Nat's art, what forced me to draw people. Aw. I'm glad we could be some inspiration. Starmy, I got my friend to binge Camp Cretaceous / Chaos Theory with me yesterday, and now he is also fully obsessed. Aha! So we're waiting for season 2 together. Nice. So do we not do his eyes like this? Or just keep them in shadow? We'll have to think about it. Looney Mooney says, I'm not even kidding. I'm gonna animate the season 2 trailer myself. Oh gosh. Godspeed. Let's see. Life is Punished. It's forced me to learn how to draw dinos because I have so many ideas, but I suck at drawing dinos. Dinosaurs are a lot of fun. Al says, I'll draw the dinos for ya. Lol. Loony Moony. I think Darius's face reminds me of the toy stego scene. Al, you look like a plant! Nom nom. That was also Kenji, wasn't it? Kieran says the lack of new chaos theory is driving me guano. Loony Moony says, of course it was. Of course it was Kenji. Yeah. Life is Punished. This show is the reason why I got over my fear of Jurassic Park. I watched it as a sleepover, at a sleepover once when I was younger, and it messed with me. Oh no. But now it's one of my favorite movies of all time. Yeah, the original Jurassic Park is like a perfect movie. The first time I watched it, it also scared me, but I kind of became like obsessed with it in spite of it scaring me. The line totally all the way. Yeah. Loony Moony says, I watched it when I was 7 and I was so happy, bro. I'm not okay. Starmy says, I have to come clean. I've never watched any of the original Jurassic Park movies. Oh no. Oh no. I think I've told people before, like, you don't even have to watch the Jurassic World movies to get into Camp Cretaceous. It's always been, I think for me, like, trying to sell the show to people, it's always been like, oh yeah, you don't need to watch the Jurassic World movies technically, you could still watch ours and still have a good time. That's so funny. Kieran says, I still remember it. I was 6 and my aunt took me to the movies. It'll always be special, but I haven't felt as engaged with the franchise since then until I first saw Camp Cretaceous. Yeah. Camp Cretaceous for sure. Was always working on it. I was like, oh yeah, this feels a little closer for me personally to the kind of some of the feelings of the original movie. And then Chaos Theory also, although it does feel more, a little more like, it feels more like its own thing in a way, which I like. I like the most about it. Because even though it does like have like some callbacks and things in it, there's so much of it that it is kind of its own thing that I, and that like because it is leaning into more of like this is a thriller, with like a really strong emotional core, emotional character-driven core. I think that's also kind of why it feels a little more like its own thing, to me at least. Catcher Samity says, the OG movies scratched my brain a certain way as a kid. Yeah. Alice says, I obsessively watched Jurassic Park 3 as a kid, that all I know what is happening without... that I can know what is happening without even looking at it. Love the original Jurassic Park, but something about 3 clung to my brain. Catcher Samity says, Disney's Dinosaur also scratched my brain a certain way. Oh yeah, I loved Disney's Dinosaur. That, an underrated film that doesn't deserve some of the hate that it gets sometimes, I feel like. I like that they tried something different for that movie for sure, like with the style, like the animation style, and, like the mixing. I think they shot some of that movie like with live cameras and then they animated the dinosaurs in. And I think if it had been made today, they would have marketed it as a live action movie, but it was not. It was animated. All the characters were animated and the backgrounds were enhanced. But yeah, that movie was a lot of fun as a kid. All right. Weather Channel Vaporwave, 5 hours of 90s weather music. It doesn't say royalty free though, so I don't know. Don't know if I can play that. I'm gonna try this synthwave. Okay. Life is Funnish. There's a children's book where a kid turns into a dinosaur. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it because it was from so long ago. Oh my gosh. I'm not familiar with that. That sounds like fun though. Okay. That looks pretty clean. Except for a couple of things I'm like, oh yeah, it's clean now, and then I'm like, wait. I missed a spot. Okay. Where's the tarp? There's a small line on this tarp. There we go. Yeah. Now we're going to get into the plan. Did I need to do anything to Kenji? Oh, just a little bit to Kenji. Let's see. Oh, Starmy says, oh no, I've got, oh god, now I have the hiccups. Who are the insects will get hiccups while hiding from a dinosaur, and why is it Ben or Kenji? Kieran says, what kind of music, and why am I vibing with it? I put a link to the video. This is an 80s synthwave mixtape. Royalty-free music for Twitch, allegedly. Life is funnish. It's Kenji from all the beer. Oh dear. They're not even going to be seen, so it doesn't matter much. But these are going to be seen, so I'm just going to make sure I'm happy with this. Mooney Mooney says, I don't know what the scene Heidi's drawing is about, but it looks gorgeous. The idea for this scene is, this is in episode 4, when everyone leaves Darius behind with Kenji to go talk to Daniel. At the end of the episode, Darius has to have spent the night with Kenji somewhere, either on top of the mountain or somewhere around Kenji's. But I personally, like, I don't think Kenji would have let him inside. So I think he would have. Oh no. Was I cleaning up on? Okay, it's all right. I was cleaning up on the wrong panel, but that's okay, because I can just copy these and put them over here. And it is fine. I wasn't doing any other cleanup over there. I don't think I was. I think it's all fine. Anyways, there's a hammock that's like outside Kenji's trailer. I 100% think that Kenji made Darius sleep outside at the end of episode 4. With his dirt. Well, I guess it's clean laundry, but with his laundry that's like drying on the line. Looney Mooney, watch the Atrociraptors get him in the middle of the night. I think, actually, the handler doesn't know where Kenji lives. Because the handler only tracks them down when they go to see Daniel. Because there's like a detail that Kenji has been changing his phone number a lot. So I think, oh, is that an ad? All right. I need to put the grass in front of this tire. Also realized. Okay, it says the ad is over. Starmy says it's a bold assumption to let him think he used the hammock. He actually, and Life is Funny says he actually made him sleep on the dirt. Oh no. I mean, what's Kenji gonna do? Go out there, take down the hammock in the middle of the night so that Darius can't sleep on it? Okay. Yeah, let's go with this. Okay, one last thing I'm gonna do is just kind of shading in hair a bit. Oh, let's see. Them down after they went to Daniel's. Okay. Okay. So, from here, okay. I'm gonna do the hammock first. I'm also gonna, you can't see my layers, but I'm going to mark them so that I don't get them mixed up. And I'm also, okay, I'm creating like a buffer here, so I know not to work on that one. And I'm setting that as red. So this is the edit between these two. You can see here. I'm gonna wait before these foreground trees. I'm gonna wait before adding the blur back to it, because I'm gonna be doing like a little bit of animating on the foliage and the wind. So we don't wanna like unfortunately like blurring it will rasterize it, so it won't be able to like do all the adjustments and things to it. So I'm gonna be doing like, I'm gonna be animating it before adding the blur effect to it. And yeah, we're gonna just go into it. So I'm also gonna put this off, whoops, this plan off over here, and I'm also going to separate these into another scene, so I have a little buffer between it and what I'm actually working on. Al says ultimate showdown of ultimate Destiny type beat happening right now. Lol. Life is Funish. My brother is obsessed with that song. Wow, it's really coming along. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. A couple more things I can do is would be good. And then the trees. I almost forgot. It's not connecting from here. Okay. It's a pretty big. I think that should be connecting. Okay. I'll just keep that for now. The background I'm not animating, so it'll be, if I want to change anything from that, that won't be as hard. I think that should be fine for now. Okay. So that's panel 1. So for Darius and the hammock, oh, I put I need that line to be separate on its own layer. So I'm gonna just moving a couple layers around here. Okay. So we're starting off with the hammock, and the hammock's motion is gonna be, it's gonna be kind of, oops, that's way too big. It's gonna be kind of like this, because it's gonna be swinging a little bit. And so we're gonna start off by start off by taking Darius in the hammock and selecting all of it. I don't want to skew him. Okay. I think this is as far as it goes. I'm gonna work on the hammock by itself first, I think. So what I'm doing here is the hammock, I'm gonna have it, I'm deciding to animate this first and then animate Darius based on where it's positioned. And I'm kind of doing it a thing where I'm easing into this ending pose. So like I'm using spacing to kind of I'm using spacing to where it's like there's going to be more space and then less space as it gets closer and closer to the end of the animation cycle. Is basically what I am doing, and I'm deciding how many. I think I can have this a little bit. Real subtle ends. If I can get the spacing on this right. So this is what's called easing in and out in animation. We're getting it this really nice, like, subtle ease. Just easing into this last pose here. And I'm checking to make sure that the spacing is right on these. Okay. Yeah, I think that feels pretty good. So now I'm gonna do Darius. And I'm gonna start with the last one and get that in position. Now I'm gonna have to change the layers of these, some of the some of the laundry to get this position to work, but that's okay. This pose, copy it again, and then paste it and nudge it also just a little more. Okay, yeah, so he could still go a little more than that. Rearrange this layer really quick because his head should be hitting this sock and it's going to be on the other side of him. Oops. Forgot I have to do these separately. I have to do them one at a time in Storyboard Pro to get the layers to do the thing correctly. Okay, 1 second. Okay, but now, since I haven't animated these yet, I can just paste them into the other layers. So this is why I wanted to try and get everything as close to as possible so I wouldn't have to like be copying and pasting like a whole lot. Iokompi says, bopping. Dang, I'm trying to watch while feeding my ducks. I did not mean to send that. Life is finished. Look at him go, yes. Look at him go indeed. I might actually... forgot to turn on onion skins to really show this off. This is just like the simple part, but you can see on my onion skins what I mean about the spacing changing. So the red silhouette is the previous one and the green one is the next one, and the spacing, you can see it's getting smaller and smaller between them. Okay. I'm gonna now start pasting the reverse frames because I've just been cycling through, but I think this is good enough to reverse it using the same frames I've just done. If I can get the frames right. It's disconnecting again. Great. Okay, I think ad is over. Starmy says, I am back, had to say bye to my sister. She's moving across the country. Oh my gosh. Fernando says, I love the swinging animation. Look at him go, yes. He's doing it. He's starting to do the thing. So now I might... So this is back to the first frame. I might have him swing a little bit the opposite direction. I'm gonna see how that feels. But yeah, Starmy says, she has made me very aware that she'll be forcing me, in specific, to go visit though. Life is finished. He moves! Yes, he moves! Okay, I don't need this anymore. It was actually too different, so I should just like that. There we go. So So this is the first and last frame. I'm gonna see about moving him just a little farther over. Let's see, Fernando says, did you use the layer transform tool or did you just do it frame by frame? I'm just moving, I'm not actually doing any new drawings right now. Because this is the easiest part, because I'm just using I am doing it just frame by frame, by hand. And I'm probably going to do most of it relatively by hand. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm not transforming the layer, I am transforming the drawings, like the individual drawings in each layer. Like the hammock. Darius isn't moving, I'm just sliding him. I don't like to use for this kind of animation it's easier. Because you have more control over it, rather than relying on like trying to get all the arcs and stuff with the program. Anyways. I'm gonna do a little cycle with this to see how this is. I'm just gonna move something. See how this is feeling. Yeah, that feels pretty good. I might adjust Darius just a little bit, because I think he is sliding just a tiny bit. Oh, Catcher Sanity says I'm gonna hop off the stream because Twitch keeps glitching out for me. This was so fun. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, it might part of it might be my internet because it's been kind of spotty today. But thank you for sticking around. Double check how much the hammock is moving, how much Darius is moving, using the onion. Well, it's not. It's what is it? It's the onion skin tool. Yeah. Bumper Car says, "I live." Hello, Bumper Car. Darius needs to move a little more in this frame. And that is, oh, I should mark is the end of the cycle, and then it starts over. Actually, okay, so that's 3. Yeah, I'm gonna move him back because I think it might be easier to move him the other direction. To nudge him the other way to get this. Yeah, okay. So it's these 2. Oops. Are you selecting both of them? Okay, yes. I'm just doing some really slight adjustments on Darius. Okay, I think that should be good. There's a bit of a jump right here. So we're just going to fix that. Oh, I think that's because that is... Yeah, it's this frame. Okay. All right, perfect. He can swing now, and we've got this nice easing in and out of the 2 positions. So we've finished number 1 on our list. Animating Darius on the hammock. Number 2 on our list, it's going to be animating this foreground foliage moving. Let's see. So I don't need this full cycle right now. It's these those are the frames I've got. Bumpercar says, I'm trying to watch Darius being silly in the hammock. Life is finished, you're ruining the silly vibe. Stormy, silly is making your brother sleep outside with dinosaurs after your ex was eaten by a dinosaur. So, the way, okay, I'm gonna pull up the way I do, like, foliage. Like, you can see, so you can see in this, this other one I did, what I typically do is I try to, like, think of the air currents that are going by as going in like a little circular motion and kind of bumping up against the foliage. You could see that there's like several spots, so you could see where that idea is going on. Just like little circles, and it's the same kind of thing. It's the same kind of thing with like the hammock, yeah, like the you can see that it's also like it's going like quick and then slow, because it's also that easing in and out idea, because it goes when there's more space between frames, like here, it's gonna read as going faster, and then when there's less space, like here, it's gonna read as slower. And a good way to make your animation feel more alive is, oops, I don't know what layer that's on. A good way to make your animation feel more alive is to vary the time and the timing and the spacing. Because one problem like a lot of beginners run into with both like storyboarding and animation is that they'll space all their frames like perfectly evenly. But that's not, if you ever look at, like, if you ever just study animation and you study like live action footage, you're gonna see that like it's actually you're gonna see that like spacing is gonna, a lot of times it's gonna do this thing where it kind of like halves itself. It like cuts itself in half as you get closer and closer to the end. So you'll see, like, if this is the first frame and this is the last frame, a really common thing you'll see, it's not always exactly this, but a really common thing you'll see is it'll be cut in half and then cut in half and then cut in half until it like gets slower, or like if something is starting and going the other way, it'll double itself as it's going faster. So those are some of the ideas. And anyways, so like the idea with animating like foliage, like I said, is like imagining where the wind, like if you could see the wind, like what are the air currents gonna be doing? And like what direction are they moving and bumping into? Oh wait, I'm so sorry. I'm talking and I still have Photoshop open. Okay. Gonna reiterate that. So, so this is what I was saying with the spacing, like being fast and slower. And like, so like this hammock string, if you just say that like this is the end pose out here, so like the middle, in the middle, this is the middle, it's gonna, to show that it's getting slower as it gets towards this end pose, you just like have it each time. That's like a really basic way to like vary your spacing, because I think a lot of beginners, what they'll do is they'll just like they'll just have spacing that's all like this, and they'll just hold this frame like longer, and like you can do some stuff with timing to also indicate like how fast or slow something is going, but it will feel like slightly off. If you ever just like look, like I said, if you just look at video reference, video reference of like just if you can just shoot any kind of video reference, just like of any kind of action, or just like look at animation, and you'll see what I mean. And you can also see again what I mean with like the spacing with these onion skins. If you can see the variation here depending on how slow it's going. So anyways, yeah, so and then the air currents, it's gonna have a similar thing where it's like it's gonna be going fast and slow, and in these little like circles is the idea. Karen says, well, time to sleep, at least it's one day closer to finding out whether season 2 will ruin the cutesy vibe of my semi-stan account. Oh no. Well, thank you for coming. Hope you get a good night's sleep. And Life is Funner says, oh wow, that's really helpful. Yeah, like these are, this is good advice. Like, knowing like some basics of animation, like this is what I'm doing here. It's like, it's going beyond what you need for storyboarding. Like this is more than you would need to animate for a storyboard. Absolutely. But knowing these principles is really good for emphasizing things, and knowing, and like it also like cutting down on like how many drawings you need in a storyboard. Like knowing, and also like another thing with storyboarding is knowing that air currents move in the circular motion, knowing how to get good arcs in your animation. It will also make your storyboards look better. So that's at least one of the reasons why I find having a bit of an animation background helpful for storyboarding. I'm not an advocate of just like totally animating everything all the time, but just knowing some basics can really help. Like if you do need to like add just like a little atmosphere or mood to a scene, like if you did want to have just really quickly like a shot where you were just like, oh, just like the trees, like they do, if I was doing this for storyboards, I'd probably just like I'd probably like select the whole thing and move it. Oh, here, hang on. I'd probably select the whole thing and move it and do like a, hang on. I'm gonna try and do this while the hammock's not moving because it's a little distracting. I'm gonna do it on like this. I would probably select it like this. And then just like really quickly like indicate that it's kind of moving in a circular motion. Is this where I was going? I don't remember exactly. If I wanted to indicate something like this for storyboards, like I'd do it like this, like just really quickly, to indicate that like the leaves are supposed to be blowing. Whoops. I'm going to be spending a little more time than this for this, though. Because I'm going to... I'm gonna probably separate these out just a teensy bit more. And anyways, I'm gonna start... I'm probably gonna do this, I'm gonna do this on its own. Okay, so I'm gonna do this separate from Darius and the hammock, and then I'm going to line them up manually because I can't, unfortunately can't, I don't have multiple timelines in Storyboard Pro, so I have to time everything by hand, unfortunately. But we're going to start off with the lines and then going into the fill. And I'm just gonna, let's see, I think the wind goes this way, then that way. So kind of like it'll be like counterclockwise, and I'll probably also vary them a little bit. Like the wind's not going to be hitting. I'm kind of break it up a little bit as I go, and have the wind kind of like Fernando says, "You're stronger than me. I just green screen different elements and add them in another program." Yeah, I could do that too. It'll just depend. It's easier like for the purpose of streaming. I guess it's kind of easier for the purpose of streaming to show it like this, because I won't have to like jump back and forth between programs. However I edit together, yeah, it will be. It'll just depend. Life is Funnish says on Tumblr right now in the Chaos Theory tag, and Heidi started Brooklyn on her computer with the AO3 tab is right next to my art of Darius finding the AO3 tab on her laptop. And I think that's a beautiful coincidence. Oh, and I also don't want these on the same layer as that. What time is it? It is 5:30. Okay. Probably won't get totally done with this today. Or else I'll have to take like a break and come back, because I do need to go try and get into my friend's apartment to help her cat. I'm also going to add this white background so I could see this a little better. There we go. And I don't need you right now. Oh, whoops. I just realized. Life is Finished says, the cats. Yeah, the cats. I really hope this other key I got will let me in. That would be the easiest solution. I might do this all. Okay, so I'm probably gonna like vary these, but I might. I'm trying to decide if I want to do them all at once and then vary them, or kind of have them like in the midst of being varied. I might. Okay. Life is Finished says, I hope so too, otherwise next thing you know you're trying to body slam the door in. Yeah, then the plan if it doesn't work is there's a locksmith that my friend has used before, because she's got a really weird lock on her apartment door where it's sometimes like if you accidentally walk outside without your keys, it like locks automatically behind you, which is so strange. I'm not a huge fan of her apartment door lock. So she's had to call a locksmith before. So what I'm doing on the leaves is I'm probably gonna like alternate a little bit, like exactly when the wind is hitting them, and kind of make it feel a little more natural. Not like the wind isn't just hitting all of them at once. But it's just finding where that feels natural. I'm gonna redo this one because I think it's just slightly too off. Oh, I think this is... Okay, I see why I was dragging that. Okay. Almost finished, says BRB. Gonna go eat some breakfast. Have a good breakfast. There, that's a little better. The exciting process of animating foliage blowing gently in the breeze. Doing like these really, I've exaggerated a bit with these arrows, but I'm doing like these really subtle little like arcs. Like if you were to track like this point right here, I'm doing like a thing where it's like dipping down, like right here, and then back up. So that is, and it's gonna make a tiny little circle. Like all these points, they should be making tiny little circles, essentially. Going to be making just tiny little circles against each other as the wind currents like make their way through all the foliage here. up. Like the wind pattern up here. This is kind of moving at the same pace right now. Yeah, like maybe this is dragging a little bit. That'd be nice. If I can get it. I guess Laura Dern moved at some point because her tail is in a different position than I remember, but I don't know when she moved. Just noticed. Starting a little bit. Get this angle right. Fernando says, OMG, she did move. When did Laura Dern change positions? I'm not sure. She moved at some point while no one was looking, I guess. It's almost time for her to wake up and move around a little more. Almost. Another thing I'm doing is I'm kind of like, I'm thinking of this in terms of like, how would these be? Okay, how would these be, like this would be kind of like pulling on the edge of this, and same thing with this, a little bit. Very, very subtly. Life is finished. We were all focused on other things to notice the queen move. Bumper car. She's sneaky. Yeah, she's sneaky. Gage 0609 says, hello, hello. Just working on animating a little bit of foliage for this overall scene, which I've started to animate. So far we've got Darius swinging back and forth in this hammock, got that nice and smooth, and then the next layer we're doing is going to be these leaves blowing very gently in the wind. Life is Funish. The thing that I thought would happen happened. My mom was like, "You're up," when she saw me. Gage says, glad I was able to catch the stream. I missed the last one. Glad you were able to catch it too. It's great to have you here. No worries if folks can't make every single stream. Bumper Car says, Life is Funish. Geez, we have very different time zones. Luckily this will be blurred, so if there's like any huge jumps, they'll be obscured a little more. Okay, now the bottom. Wait. But be banned. I banish you. Bumper Car says, Chaos Theory Season 2 trailer, come quicker please. Gage says, did you have an interest in dinosaurs before you started working on Camp Cretaceous, Heidi? Yeah, I really liked Jurassic Park before I worked on it. And I liked Land Before Time. It was one of my favorite movies when I was a kid. And I liked Dinosaur. I liked dinosaurs for sure. Trying to get what feels. I think that jump feels too much. Yeah. I'm gonna start over here. was I saying? Liking dinosaurs. Yeah, I think I watched Jurassic Park for the first time when I was like maybe 11. And at the time I became pretty obsessed with it for a little bit. And I started when I was around that age, I made like a whole bunch of fake Pokemon, like knockoff Pokemon. And I made like a whole series of them that were all dinosaur themed for a while. After watching the first Jurassic Park. And I guess I think I actually watched like the second and third around the same time too. They were in pieces because they were all being aired like as part of a special on television or something. Bumper Car says there needs to be a dinosaur Pokemon game, honestly. Oh, that would be fun, yeah. Any kind of like collect this little critter game. I love that kind of thing. Like the fossil Pokemon. Also apologize if the stream is choppy. My internet has been wacky today. It always comes back after a few seconds if you refresh it, but it's still very annoying. Ad break coming up soon. All right. 30 seconds or so. Life is Funish says Jurassic Park, but they're able to catch the dinos with Pokeballs, so there's been like a chance the stuff that happened could have been stopped. think there's been, like, in Pokemon themselves, there's like a lot of, it seems like they did take some inspiration from Jurassic Park in like at least the first games, with like the whole idea of like cloning Pokemon and like extinct Pokemon and bringing them back, right? Oh, we got an ad now. Okay. I continue to struggle with this one singular branch that I keep looking at, and I'm like, yeah, it looks okay, and then I look back and I'm like, no, it's not, it doesn't quite feel right. Oh, that is way too far. Okay, ads over. Bumper Car says, wish they did more open world, kind of like Legends and Scarlet and Violet kind of game. Yeah. I enjoyed open world Pokemon myself. This is the first time I've had this many problems with with my internet connection while streaming. I was doing so well for so many weeks. Okay. Just gotta do this other side. Circles nice and circular. Let's see, I think I did. This was 6 frames. And then it just reverses back into the 6 frames. So this is currently 3, so life is finished. Ooh, the tree's got a little wiggle going on. Yes. And I might have to make this a little more subtle. This might be a little much. but so we just want these to be really gently blowing in small circular motions. Bumper Car says, this is honestly the calmest stream. Well, maybe it was bad when I was gone. No, it's been pretty... This has been a very chill stream today. Yeah, life is funish. It's been chill basically the whole time, save the start. I think the most it was not chill was when JD was here. Trying to stir up trouble. As usual. Okay. Al says, I'm still here. I just can't interact with chat because my iPad is mean and doesn't let me while I'm drawing at the same time. Oh no, no worries. Life is finished. Yeah, chaos creator, Fernando. Well, she brings the chaos. She brought it even in crew. Oh, Laura. Laura looks so cute right now. Can we appreciate her for just a second? Look at that beautiful girl. Just chillin'. Fernando says, I can't tell which side is her head. Camouflage. So Fernando, you'll see on the right side, her eye is slightly open, and the left side is her tail. she turned around because she was sleeping facing the other way. I'm really curious when she turned around. I'll have to go back and like try and find in the stream later. Life is finished, says Laura Dern, the beloved. Yes. Oh, speak of the devil. JD says, oh dang, you're still going. Yeah, Fernando, well, speak of the devil. Yeah, we were just talking about you. JD says, what the heck? Bumper Car says she was sneaky from the get-go. So JD, I've animated Darius swinging in his little hammock. I got that layer done. And currently working on animating this foliage so that it looks nice, like the foliage does in this, with those nice round circular motions. And I'm gonna remember to turn off Photoshop this time so I don't keep drawing and talking while no one can see what I'm doing. Everyone was talking about you because the most stream event chaotic today was when you were here, JD. Yeah, JD says, OMG, he moves. He sure does. We made so much progress from here to here. Woo. Alright, back to trees. I think I just have 2 more panels to do for the trees. And then I can loop it. JD says, do you think Kenji is a brief or boxers person? Yeah, I put briefs because chat suggested briefs when I asked last time. I also don't know. I could see either one. Because I could see him thinking that he was too cool for briefs, but I could also see him, yeah, I don't know. I could also see him just wearing them. It's funnier to have briefs up though, for sure. Let's wait. JD says, thongs. Life is funny. She doesn't actually wear any. Commando person, JD says. Bumper Car says, now if anyone is commando, it's Ben. Yeah, I could see Ben, like, going on, like, a forum and being one of those people who's like, oh no, wearing underwear, like, ruins your sperm count or something like that. Like, or I could also see him just running out of underwear because he's living in a van. JD says, I'm sure according to canon, by which I mean the models, everyone is commando, unfortunately. Yeah, that's also true. JD says, fun fact, the Croods all have underwear. That is true. That just reminds me. In like the very last episode of JD knows what I'm talking about. In the very last episode of the Croods that we worked on, it was a courtroom episode, but it was specifically a courtroom episode about a new outhouse that Phil had constructed that had gotten destroyed by someone during the night. And so the courtroom case was like them trying to figure out who who destroyed the outhouse in the middle of the night. But in the cold open of the episode, like Phil was doing like a red carpet like unveiling of the new outhouse. And I think there was a part where he was like, oh, you can't actually like use it yet or something, and until I say. And then Grug, like, I think Grug like waited all day to like use the restroom. So he like really had to go to the bathroom, and then finally he was like, I can't take it anymore. And then like right before the opening credits roll, he just like, I boarded him like in the script. It was like he just like runs. Whoops, sorry. He like runs like straight like off screen, like this way. And as he's running, I don't remember if it was initially in the script or if it was something that someone suggested, like one of the producers suggested that they were like, oh, this will be funny if he does this. They were like, just have him like just like fully just like take off his pelt and then just throw it off screen. And it was like, well, I don't know, why is the intent of this that he's like stripping off completely naked to go to the bathroom? Is that how bad he has to go? Bumper Car says, I revoked the comment I said when the stream was calm. GAD, it's because I'm back, baby. Starmy, I needed for a bit. What the fresh fuck is happening? Yeah, I'm talking about the last episode of the Croods that JD and I worked on, where I was instructed to board Grug just like, essentially, I think it was implied that he was stripping naked to go to the bathroom because he had to go so bad. Like, he just like pulls off his pelt and throws it off screen. He technically does have underwear under there. So yeah, JD says it's just funny. It was just funny. It was so ridiculous, and standards and practices didn't say anything about it. So yeah, and the Croods, we just go with whatever is funniest, even if it makes no sense. An excellent show to work on. Stormy says, see, he would, but that's not the concerning part. I guess this is in referral to Ben going commando. Looney Mooney says, what did I walk into? Just discussing whether or not... Because we were talking about, like... So I guess Kenji's wearing briefs in this. Or does he go command? I think someone was like, what if he went command? JD, was that you? I feel like that was you. And then JD also brought up, like, technically all the characters in canon are commando due to animation limitations. And they also have the most horrifying feet you've ever seen under their shoes, which is why you do not want to see them with their shoes off. Bumper car. I could see Darius sleeping there and just all of a sudden it starts raining. He has a tarp. He has a tarp above him, so he's protected from the rain. Life is finished. I watched an episode because it was on the DreamWorks channel while I was waiting for whatever Camp Cretaceous episode they were playing, and it's Def's a show. It definitely isn't boring. It was really fun to work on, honestly. Just because it just goes. Yeah, JD. Oh, yeah, Kenji has deformed feet. I think they technically all have deformed feet, probably. But we did specifically see Kenji's, and they were pretty bad. Yeah, Looney Mooney. I want to see now. Bumper car. I actually don't want to see Kenji's feet. Fernando. They still give me nightmares. JD, what if they're compies? Kenji, save your bro. Yeah, I'm gonna add a compy. But I'm gonna have it run off when he opens and closes the blinds. So he kind of does save him. Bumper car. Darius wakes up to a sleeping compy on his chest. Did the music end? Okay, it's also 6:30. I'm gonna try and finish animating this foliage cycle before I do need to go and check on my friend's cats and see if I can actually check on them. They need their automatic feeder filled, and they need water. They need their water topped off. They have one of those fountains, but I think it was running low. Let's see. This one's 30 minutes. So that's the music I'm currently playing. Life is finished. I thought you were saying what if Kenji's feet were compies because I misread it. JD, that would be inconvenient. Starby says, once I woke up with a stoat sleeping on my hip. That's pretty similar. It was a baby stoat though. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the cats. I do have the other key. And I was looking at my key. I wonder if like my key that I was using to get into her door, it was working. It looks like almost as if the teeth got snapped off. It doesn't look like the key that I was given from this other friend who had a different spare key. So that's concerning. I don't know how that happened. I really hope it means I don't have to call a locksmith and that it was just something that happened to the key that I have. I think the worst thing I've woken up in bed with, as far as animals go, and wildlife, is a scorpion. I'm from Texas, and my parents' house is not insulated very terribly well because it's old, so there's always lots of bugs. And one time I woke up I was woken up because I was stung multiple times by a scorpion, and I think like the third sting or so like finally woke me up. So I had to throw off the covers and find it in the middle of the night. That was fun. Just Texas things. It's a little even. Oops. Come back here. I think I told that story once without saying where I was from, and someone assumed I lived in Australia, which that's fair. Oh yeah, JD says, when I was working on Chaos Theory, I cat sat for my friend's cats, 3, and 2 of them were sleeping with me. I used one of them as a reference for a sequence in Chaos Theory. Hehe. Looney Mooney says, I woke up with my brother bothering me once. It was the scariest animal ever. Bunker Car says, I woke up to a brown recluse on my arm once. That was fun. Oh no, idle compy. Somewhat on topic, I opened the door for my dog and one of my cats just bolted. No! Life is funnish. As an Australian, yes. JD says, oh, I guess I had a Jurassic World Dominion related nightmare last night because I had a nightmare about locusts. Ah, Looney Mooney, I wouldn't be able to sleep after that. Okay, we've got an ad break starting in 30 seconds. Just gonna continue nudging this foliage around in circular shapes. Okay. Let's see, it was... Let's see, we've got Ghost Kid 27 saying, I was also from Texas, and when I was a kid I woke up in the middle of the night. Oh, we've got an ad. Okay. Oh, I'll catch up with Chad after this ad. The timing on when it says there's going to be an ad and the timing on when it says there's going to be an ad and when there's actually an ad, I feel like is a little off. Okay, are ads done? I think ads are done. What was I saying? Let's see. Oh, Starmy says, was not asleep, but was a spider once stepped in my open eyeball while I was doom scrolling. Oh gosh. So Ghost Kid 27 says, I was also from Texas, and when I was a kid, I woke up in the middle of the night and felt compelled to look at a Digimon drawing I made, and then looked behind me, and a scorpion was where my head would have been sleeping. Bumper car, I hate scorpions so bad. Oh my gosh. Life is Funnish. When I went to stay in Darwin for a little bit, the guy I was staying with told me that a crocodile may show up in his pool, and I was like, fantastic, just what I need. Oh, Bumper Car says, I killed a spider once. Its babies ran everywhere. Oh dear. Charlotte, no! I'm usually okay with spiders. They usually don't bother, most of them around here usually don't bother you, and they eat all the bugs that usually do bother you. Idle Compy, I've woken up to a big ass snake in my room once, but I think that's the only jump scare I've had. Fernando says, I mean, technically we're also in their space. This used to be their home too. Yes, exactly. I actually, if I see spiders in the house, I usually actually let them stay. If they've built a little web and I see that there's like bugs in it, like unfavorable bugs in their webs, I'm like, yeah, you've got a job. JD said, Heidi, I thought you said I eat all the bugs that used to bother us. Yep. I'm Ben. Yeah, Ben Pincus core. Now Laura Dern eats all the bugs now. Not really. She only eats mealworms and roaches that I buy for her from the store. And she's very picky. She is a very picky little eater. This has been like the most difficult spot. The way I drew this is it's been the most difficult spot to do this motion with. And get it to feel not slightly off. I'm like, yeah, this is a good circular motion to have, and then when I look at how it looks with interacting with the other branches, I'm like, no, not quite. Nope, that's also wrong. That feels a little better. Fernando says, I gotta get going, but this was an awesome stream and the boards are coming out great. These are not boards, Fernando. This is an animation. Making that distinction. But bye, Fernando. Thanks for coming. Okay, I think it should be working again. Alright, yeah. JD says, I was gonna say Fernando, and Fernando says, well, the animation is coming out great. Haha, bye. Alright, it's getting there. Slowly but surely. 6:42. Okay, just one more panel. Let's see, one, 6. Yeah. Bumper Car says, yes, Sammy, come home. Life is funnish. Oh, how I miss yes, Sammy. Bumper Car says, I need to see my girls again. I might do it this way. This might be better. Okay. Bumper Car says, too bad I'm making angst of them right now. And then JD says, too bald. Too bald. It's happening anyway. So you can see that like this bush here is done. I think this cycle is pretty much done. You can see that I've tried to like vary exactly where in the circle they all are. They're all moving in that counterclockwise direction, but exactly where in the circle they're moving varies. Like so that it's like the air is like bumping, almost like bumping on top of them as it's going. Okay. Just gotta do the right side of the screen. And then we'll have the tree cycle. This cycle always takes a little bit because you're like, oh, it should be really easy because it's just foliage. But the thing is, to get it to look a little more natural, you're basically animating like, oh gosh, nearly like a dozen different like little pieces. They're all moving at slightly different spots. Anyway, this is why you should respect effects animator. This is like really simple stylized effects. Man, people who animate like big boy effects are crazy. Like these are like some of the basic ideas that go into animating effects, like fire and water and wind going through the leaves like this. But then you gotta get into like, oh, tons of stuff is moving around, or maybe people are moving all the effects around, or like if someone like has like they have like a hand and they have like fire powers and they're like swinging their fiery hands around. This just gets like even really complicated. So Bumper Car says, I feel so bad for the Spider-Verse animators. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people, like, there's animators whose like main job is like effects, you know. Typically in an animated production, or at least traditionally, and even in CG, it's just like the person animating the characters and the people animating characters and people animating like effects like fire and water and all of that kind of stuff. It's different people. Yeah, JD says earth, wind, and fire. Thank you. All right. I am still here in spite of everything. In spite of everything, it's still me. Could I raise this a little higher? This should go a little... Oops, I think that was the wrong frame that I was looking. Let's move this one. There we go. Oh. That is a little off. JD says, did someone draw Sans, Darius, and Papyrus Kenji for someone's Jamboard, or did I hallucinate that? I don't remember. So JD's referring to, like, whenever someone leaves, like, whenever someone leaves, like, it's their the end of the show for them. We always draw, like, goodbye Jamboards at DreamWorks. And sometimes, yeah. JD says, some of us would draw things for the crew's Jamboards, birthdays, work anniversaries, goodbyes, and some of us try to mash people's interests together. Oh, looks. Okay, I think it's back. All right. I think I once drew. I don't remember if I drew all of. No, I think it was just the boys. I think I drew the boys as like Garfield versions of themselves for Josh once for his birthday or something. I didn't draw. I feel like I didn't draw like a whole lot of Jamboard stuff because half the time I was like so busy. I was like, I don't want to draw to sign someone's card. I'm just gonna write something really quickly in like 2 minutes. Not even 5 minutes, just 2 minutes. Oh, Bumper Car says Laura moved a tiny bit. Bumper Car says my favorite thing to do with dinosaurs is to make them act like cats. Dare you paste this in the wrong place? Looney Mooney says, "Aw, Laura is glaring at us. How cute." JD says, "Unfortunately, I don't think I saved the supernatural one, but I did save some of my drawings for Bethany. Also, now I guess we can technically post the whiteboards, right?" I think some of, well, I don't know. I think some of the whiteboards had spoilers on them. Yeah, I think they had spoilers on them, JD. Yeah, JD said we had a physical whiteboard that our supervising director wrote, "Let's draw blank," and we did one for each of the N6, the handler, and Daniel Kahn. Oh, and we've got an ad break starting in a minute. JD. JD says, I did draw Bowser, Sammy, and Yaz Luigi once. That's a spoiler. Oh, and bye, Looney Mooney. Thanks for coming. I'm almost done with what I said I was gonna finish. So close. Oh, and we've got... Didn't we just have an ad break? My goodness. Ad over now. Okay. Let's see. Bumper Car says, is Storyboard Pro a good platform, like for animation wise? I'd say it is better for storyboarding, which is what it is specifically for. It can be wrangled into doing animation as well, but Toon Boom's other software, I think Harmony, that one's specifically for animation, and that one is probably better for animating. Because I think that one, I mentioned like that this doesn't have like multiple timelines at the bottom for like staggering different parts of animation. So like you either have to like do it by hand, or you have to export your images into other programs, separate like what Fernando was saying. Like one of the things we do sometimes for the editors is like, so a frame like this, so this will be like the final intended frame, but like for the editors sometimes, so they can stagger animation because it is such a pain to do it in Storyboard Pro. What we'll do is whoops, I want this to be green. We'll send them something like this, and there's like software that really easily, like for editors, like removes the green screen and makes it transparent, and then you can have like, you could have this underneath that and this on a separate layer, no problem. So, but yeah, JD says, I think we're so used to it now and we own it anyways, so it's good for animation for us. It definitely has its limitations, like brushes and color. That is the other thing also. It's really best for like, you don't have like a whole lot of like brush range like you do in Photoshop. So I would say it's not the best if you wanted to do like backgrounds and stuff. I would do those in like a different program that's better for painting. Yeah, but yeah, it's good for rough animation. And I know some other people who, oh, Laura. I know some people who like will animate in it just straight ahead, like I'm doing right now. It's if you have it, you can use it to animate technically. You can use a lot of things to animate. I used to animate in Photoshop, which is not at all optimized, and Storyboard in Photoshop, which is not at all optimized for this kind of thing. It's really, you can animate or storyboard in many, many different kinds of software, whether or not they were specifically designed for it. Bumper Car says, I'm using Toon Squid. I'm still working it out though. Yeah, like, I'm not familiar with Toon Squid, but if it has, any kind of like imaging sequencing functionality to it, or even just like the ability to export multiple images, you can use it to storyboard or animate pretty much. Oops. That. No. There we go. Life is Funnish says, I use Krita. And Bumper Car says, I just think it's 10 times harder to animate on an iPad. Yeah, I know of other people who have run into problems animating on iPads. I think that's probably one of the reasons I haven't switched over to drawing on an iPad personally also. Because there isn't really a good solution for drawing on the iPad with like for storyboarding, like using Storyboard Pro or anything. And Photoshop isn't as robust on the iPad. And then there's problems. I've run into problems personally exporting between Procreate and Photoshop myself. So yeah. What am I running into here? Bumper Car says, I really only use my iPad for drawing, because God, I fear the phone artists. There's people who draw on their phones. I mean, I have a stylus for my phone, but the screen is way too small. I usually only use the stylus to like write little notes on screenshots or something. Is that like today's equivalent of like being a mouse artist? You know, like not like an artist that's a mouse, but like an artist that like draws exclusively like using their mouse. Like there's some people who can do that, but I I would say it's not the norm. Oh my gosh. Life is Funnish. Oh my god, there's message effects. I didn't know there were message effects. I'll just move on. That's fine for now. Life is Funnish. Oh, that's because I bought bits. JD says, at this point, just use a sketchbook and a pen. To finish this? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like drawing traditionally still. It's good for keeping the skills sharp. Oh dear. That is... There we go. Almost there. And this doesn't even need to be too much because it's going to be off screen. Okay, I think yep, there we have it, folks. There's the full cycle of the trees moving gently in the breeze. Let me just double check that I just added, whoops, this, and I think this changed just slightly. Perfect. Okay. JD says, no, not animating. Although you can, I guess. Follow your dreams. Life is Funnish. No, Heidi, I think you should finish it traditionally. Yeah, do it the old way. JD says, we did get fun Camp Cretaceous sketchbooks from Universal. Oh yeah, they're in my display case back there. All right, so today's progress, I started out like here. Do I still have, oh, I think I might have deleted the old, that's fine. Or wait, no, yeah, we started out here. Did this animation of Darius, and then animated the lines moving. Now I get to just animate this layer later, but I need to go I need to go check on my friend's cats with this new key that I have gotten and hope that this key works. Oh, thank you for the on-screen celebration. Life is funnish. Before I go though, let's see. Yeah, that's fun. I didn't know that would do that either. Before I go, let's say hi to Laura. It's about time for her to wake up anyways. She's sleeping in back here. Hello? Hello? I saw her perk up. Yeah. Off she goes. My hand is about to come in camera. Whoops. So I can try and scooch her forward so I can grab her. Hi, baby. Whoops. Okay. Alright. I know. Come on. Come forward so I can pick you up. She is now with me. But yes, thank you everyone for coming to the stream. Laura, it's okay. Thank you everyone for coming to the stream. Laura also says thank you. And yeah, I'll probably next Wednesday at 1 p.m. Pacific is the next one. I'm going to be working on my profile pic again. And then, and then I guess next Sunday I'll be doing the rest of the animation on this. I'll probably get more done because I won't be doing all the foliage circles. So yeah. Thank you all for coming. Have a good rest of your night, everyone. There you go, baby.